Yep. Sorry about that. Hi everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Jordan, you're welcome. As I was saying, today you were the first to comment. So congrats on that and thanks. Erasmus, you're welcome and congratulations on finishing up with your payments integration. How was the experience like? And I think I don't know about signing up to Paystack. Did you already have a Paystack account? And how was that like as well? Ooh, yeah. Today we celebrate Jordan. Okay. Yep. Hi, Patrick. Welcome. How are you? How you doing, Patrick? Mm. Oh, okay. You sign up after that. And I mean, comparing it to so I think I was struggling with the Flutterwave sign up the last time I actually saw that if you're not in Nigeria, you needed to contact sales personnel. So I'm wondering if that was the same thing you did. Hi Tom, welcome. Erasmus, was it the same thing you did when you were signing up for um, Flutterwave? Did you have to send them an email? Because I think Paystack has that seamless registration process, even though sometimes you need to verify and it may require you uploading some documents, but then it's seamless. You can do every one of that on their platform. And so far, I think the various payment gateways in Ghana that I've tried, every one of them, you need to contact the people or the team before you can set up an account. And that is where I see the disconnect. I struggle with that if I have to now contact the team before. And usually, I think a colleague of mine did same some, and the back and forth was too much. So I feel that if it is easily integrated into the platform, so that I can just provide my details and you verify my details on the back end and confirm my account, I prefer that than having to contact you. Hi Shadrach, welcome. How are you doing? Tom, how are you also doing today? Interesting. Ha 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 ha. I I understand that, but that's interesting. Anyway, okay. So hi. I think they should get better by because now Flutterwave is more of an African thing. So if it's only easy for Nigerians to sign up, but other people from people from other African countries struggle to sign up, then that's a challenge. Think they have to figure that out and automate the process just as Paystack has been able to. Daraje API for M-Pesa. This is now global with card directly mobile. Okay, I don't know about that. Let's just pull up my screen and we can search on that. So I think I've heard about M-Pesa before, but last time I checked, the APIs that were available, I think they weren't available in Ghana when I was in Ghana. Okay, so let me pull up my screen. Today, I bet I am very, very, very sleepy as I'm sitting here right now. I won't lie to you. And I'll soon tell you why. I ended up sleeping around 3 a.m. and woke up around 6 a.m. But anyway, the weekend is coming, so I get to relax during the weekend. Oh my, this life that we are living. Okay, so let me go to Google. Oh, Google. Okay. Then you said, let me just grab this. Safaricom. Mm. It's taking forever to write the code for me. I just want an overview of it. It's animation. Oh my. Grants this credentials. Okay. Let me look at this. Mm-hmm. Think I'll have to come back to it later and see. Let me bring out my sticky notes and add it there. Add it here. Okay. Anyway, so I wasn't sharing my screen all this. Oh my god. I thought I was. I was even about to leave the screen. Hi Joseph. Welcome Joseph. Ah, so I was trying to search up on what Patrick suggested, and yeah, just googled it. Then I was going through some of their stuff, but I think I may have to take some time to come here to see what they got for us. Anyway, thanks for the suggestion, Patrick. So let me go back. Let's have a good morning conversation. How are we all doing today, anyway? How are we all doing this morning? It's a Friday morning. How are you doing? Hey, sorry. So for some of you, it is afternoon. Yeah, and some of you are even close to evening. But then, how are you all doing? And how has the day been? Yep. How has the day been and how are you all doing? Hi, Enoch. Welcome. Erasmus says we are doing good this afternoon. Yeah, happy to hear that. So, something I wanted to share. As I mentioned yesterday, I ended up sleeping at 3 a.m. and I woke up at 6. I had a meeting at 7, which we finished past 8 something. And the reason I slept at the reason I slept at the time I slept, which is 3 something, almost 4. And I'm awake here trying to leave again. Okay. So Joseph says the day has been good so far. Happy to hear that. I'm good here in northern part of Nigeria, says Shedrack. All right, great. I hope you all are not as sleepy as I am right now. It is morning. In fact, it is 9:12 right now, and I'm feeling sleepy. But then I know that once we have come for preps, we are all going to be active and work, get up and stretch. If you are feeling sleepy, just to keep ourselves going and get the work done. What must be done must be done, or what needs to be done must be done. So yesterday, I I think during the stream, during one of the breaks, I talked about. Anyway, let me just welcome first time viewers before we continue. So yeah, if it is your first time joining us, I mean you are highly welcome to the stream. And as you can see, we use the chat a lot. So please go ahead and say hi in the chat. Let's welcome you. And also, the essence of the stream is for us to stay motivated, motivate one another. We are here for like 6 hours, motivating one another to keep learning. We do focus sessions where everybody is supposed to be busily studying, and we have break sessions where we come back to have our discussions. If you have any questions at any point in time, even in the course of your focus session whilst learning, just go ahead and drop the question in the chat and we'll respond to it during the break session. So, you are once again welcome to this stream. We've been doing this for the past 1 month, and hopefully we'll keep doing it for a very long time. As such, we've decided to create a community and have us all in that community, those of us who are interested in joining the streams on regular basis. So if you are interested, I mean, please go ahead, drop it in the chat. I'll send you the link for you to sign up and join the community. Now we have a WhatsApp group. So when I share the link with you, fill the form and join a WhatsApp group, and we'll keep in touch. Anyway, says Erasmus says, I quite remember 2 days ago I slept around 5 a.m. and woke up at 7:30 to prepare and go to work. This one, my Nigerian friends will say, no be juju be that. No be juju be that. You wake up at 7:30 after sleeping at 5 to go to work. Interesting. Okay. All my folks be asking whether I have contracted Apollo. I know, right? Like right now, I literally keep touching my eye every now and then because I'm still feeling it. Patrick says mine has been great. Worked on the YouTube API integration. Oh, great. It's almost time for me to take a break. It's like 4:14. Oh, okay. In Kenya. Oh, wow. I see. That's really some work. I mean, I haven't ever explored the YouTube API before. So Patrick, maybe you'd want to walk us through some of them sometime. Anyway. Oh, okay, Shadrach, you're not already in there. All right. So for those of you who are not already in the community and you want to be part, please just go ahead and fill this form. But before you fill the form, you'll find a link that will lead you to join the WhatsApp group. So please go ahead and join the group as well as fill up the form. For the contact, please do well to add your country code. Very important. Okay. Yeah. So ahoniaobed.com/swm. So as I was saying yesterday, we had a wonderful discussion, and for those of you who remember, when we're having the discussion, I paused and wrote something down. Hi, Sapon. Yeah, Sapon. It's been a very long time. I hope, yeah. I want to believe from the spelling of your name. I'm pretty sure that is the person I'm referring to. Exactly. Long, long time. Congratulations on completing ALSSC. Since we completed, I haven't been in touch with you. So I hope all is well. Yeah. And to answer your question, yeah, exactly. I'm currently studying in Canada. Yeah. Doing my masters. Okay. So what was I saying? Yes, so yesterday we had a wonderful discussion. Those of you who were here saw me write something down as we were talking. I had to take a break and write something down. And that was when I was talking about the nice to have and must have skills and being able to differentiate what skill is really of much priority, like being able to prioritize the various skills. Hi, Saponye. I mean, I'm open to it. I'm happy to collaborate with you on anything. Yeah. So anyway, I haven't been on the student Slack for a very long time. So I don't know what's going on there, but apart from Slack, I think either Twitter or WhatsApp. I hardly even check my WhatsApp messages anyway. Yep. So as I was saying yesterday, when I wrote that down as part of my evening reflections. So I take on certain initiatives, and one of those initiatives I've taken this month is to try my best to reflect on things that I thought about in the course of the day and write at least something, no matter how small it is, write it down, because I feel that writing helps me ad- adjust my thoughts well and put things in perspective. Sometimes when I'm speaking live like this, I do not have the luxury of time to think thoroughly through things. But then when I'm doing my reflections in the evening, that is when I get time to think through things and write them down. So yesterday, I was working on what I thought would be like a framework that people can easily leverage to prioritize skills that they want to learn. So whether to tell if this skill is an immediate skill that you need to learn, or it's something that you can delay and learn later in the future. And I was working on that framework, and I always see that when such situations come up, I feel so proud, so happy that I made a choice to learn how to write code, you know, because once I figured it out, I came up with a framework, and personally, that is what I've been using. But then I wanted to put it into writing, make it something that others can also use, and maybe we test it along the line and see how robust it will be. Maybe refine it over time, so that anytime somebody is trying to assess whether this is a skill that I should learn right now or not, they can easily pop it in there and find out where on that priority skill it falls, to be able to decide on whether to go ahead and learn it or not. So I was thinking about it. I was like, okay, maybe I need to build something to, an interface where users can do all of these things. But then I don't have the luxury of time right now to do that. So what can I do? What can I do as a software engineer? And I think that's the interesting part. As a software engineer, like, you have the ability to call into existence things that do not exist. Hey, you know, the creator ability, that is very powerful. Some of us, we underestimate those powers, but it's very powerful to have the skill set to bring things to life. Okay, so just to answer the questions, Erasmus says, would we still have access to the LMS after completing ALS? I believe so. Yes is the answer because I still have access to intranet. Hey, yeah, I still have access to the intranet. So I want to believe that you would equally have access to the intranet. Okay, let's do this. Going to share my screen again. So this is my personal blog, and as I said, one of the initiatives I've taken not so long ago, I think just this week, is that I have started reflecting every evening and writing down some of the things that I reflect on. So you can see some of the discussions that we have here, like during the day, evening time, I reflect on it and I write it down. So yesterday, this is what I wrote yesterday. Time is finite. So let's go into it and I'll show you what is there. Wait, it's just, I mean, it's not very long. You can easily pop in and read. But this is what I want you to see. I hope you can see it. So the skill prior framework, and this is how I decide whether a particular skill is of much priority and I should start learning it right now, or I should delay it to later time. And I think it is a framework that I'm testing. So I'd want you all to try using it and see what you think about it and give me feedback concerning that. So I'm usually looking at the skill from the angle of, is this a must have skill or is it a nice to have skill? And yesterday I tried explaining to you what a must have skill is and what a nice to have skill is. So obviously, must have means that you can do away with it. Like, this is a skill. For instance, say you are looking for a job right now as a front end dev. There are certain skills that you must have, and there are some skills that are nice to have. Even with the job descriptions that you see for various job ads, you see that they add must have skills and nice to have skills. Then there is also the aspect of how urgent this skill that you are talking about is to you as an individual. Okay. So if you have a skill that is a must have skill and is also urgent, then that is a skill that you should start learning now. If you have a skill that is must have but then not urgent, then you should probably schedule that skill for future, to learn it in the future. It could be the near future, maybe next 3 weeks, next month, next 2 months, or next 6 months, right? Then the nice to have, if you have a skill that is nice to have and it's urgent, like, this is a skill that is nice to have, but if I have it right now too, it may really boost my chances of getting certain opportunities or something of that sort. Then you want to use your spare time to start looking into that particular skill. Then the nice to have but not urgent. If it is a nice to have skill and it's not urgent, hey, maybe if looking at photography for you as an individual is a nice to have skill, whether you have it or not, it's not really going to add on anything to you right now, then it is a nice to have and not urgent. So you can delay this for later. So this is how you prioritize, especially when you have a lot of skills and you don't know which one to start learning. And I'm using skills as a theme, but then it could apply to anything that you are trying to prioritize. So if it is even books that you want to read, you can put them into, so based on the what you expect from the book, is this the knowledge that you're going to get from this book, is it a must have knowledge or is it a nice to have knowledge, is it urgent or not urgent, then you're able to put it into these four quadrants. So I go ahead to explain them. The must have and urgent, these are skills that are crucial for your current goals and have an immediate need. You should prioritize these and start learning them right away. Then we have the must have but not urgent. These are essential skills, but they are not needed immediately. You can schedule them for future learning and incorporate them into your long term plans. Then we have the nice to have and urgent. While these skills would be beneficial, they are not critical for your current goals. You can consider working on them during your spare time, but they shouldn't interfere with your must have urgent skills. Then finally, we have the nice to have and not urgent. That is, these are skills that are not immediately necessary and can be put on hold until you have more time or until they become more relevant to your goals. And an important note here is that priorities can shift with changing circumstances and goals, necessitating regular reviews and adjustments. So I mentioned here that I'm in a process of refining and publicly releasing this framework to aid in skill prioritization. Stay tuned for the framework. So, since you guys are always with me and we think things through together, we're going to help me get some feedback on the framework. But then yesterday, I was so obsessed that I wanted at least like a beta version of the framework available for testing, and I didn't want to spend all the time writing code to do this. So I started researching and I figured out that okay, I could use Google Forms for you to enter the details, fill out the criteria scoring, and I will estimate whether this skill that you are referring to is a skill that is urgent and a must have. I mean, which part of the quadrant, so which part of this quadrant will the skill you're talking about fall into. So that is one of the things I wanted to be able to do. But then when you submit it in Google Docs, what exactly is going to happen? So ideally, it should be like a form where you fill, then behind the scene. So at the back end, I'm going to calculate some scores and based on the weight and stuff, estimate how important this skill is and where on this quadrant will we put the skill. That is the ideal thing that was supposed to happen, right? But then how do I do this without necessarily writing plenty code, especially the front end code, which would mean I have to sit down and plan how I want the interface to be and all of that. So I decided to use Google Form for that. But why Google Form and what else? How is it possible to calculate all of these technical stuff? Because it's not basic calculation, it's conditional calculations, if this person chooses this, then you have to do this and that kind of thing to be able to estimate. Then I realized, okay, for Google Forms, I can connect the Google Forms, the output from the Google Forms to a Google Sheet. That means I can get all your answers into a spreadsheet. Then Google has something they call AppScript. AppScript allows you to write some JavaScript code and set triggers for them so that they automate certain processes. So I was like, okay, this is interesting. Now let's use a Google. I mean, that's the power of being a software engineer or knowing how to write code, right? So you can start thinking about how to leverage all of these tools to your own advantage. So this is what I thought. Now we'll let the user use the Google form to fill out their skills and the criteria. I mean, answer some questions for us to rate it. Then the data that they submit will be sent to a spreadsheet, that's a Google Sheet. And in that sheet, I have created all the calculations in the sheet. So there are dynamic calculations in the Google Sheet where it's going to automatically calculate the priority score for the skill that the person is evaluating. But then after the sheets, so we are able to calculate everything and get, okay, this is where it'll fall inside the quadrant. But how does the user get to see it? I was like, okay, we'll use AppScript. Once the score has been calculated in the spreadsheet, I'll use AppScript to trigger an email. So I'm now going to send you an email automatically once you submit it. So this is the flow now. You go fill the Google form, then behind the scene, a spreadsheet is doing the calculation automatically or dynamically. Then a script is ready to send the email to you saying that this is where your skill lies. How interesting is that? And that is how I ended up not how is it called, sleeping early. I just wanted to make sure that something is ready, and I was also obsessed with it. I know for me, if something comes into mind and I really want to implement it, I become so obsessed that I go in all for it, so I achieve it. And fortunately, I was able to get the first version of it, which I want to employ you all to help me test. But before then, let me read the comments. Commander says, I think an interesting topic you should talk about is majoring on the foundations of software engineering to build a solid launch pad for your career. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm guessing you're referring to regards the talking to ALS learners, right? Or you mean just everyone? So as in host a session for some of the learners so that we discuss that. Is that what you're suggesting? Oh, in general, okay. But then you mean for us to host a session like that? Is that the case? Patrick says being all over the place is time consuming and not a strategic way to accomplish near future goals. I believe everyone needs to use the framework, especially while starting out. Yeah, exactly. Patrick, that's the whole point. So because even personally, I have a lot of skills that I want to pick up, a lot of things that I want to learn, but then as I was explaining yesterday, I should be able to prioritize. And this is how I prioritize them to know which ones I should start learning right now and which ones I should consider later. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's something we could do. Uh for let me see. So you let's kindly drop the link to the framework. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. We'll talk more about the session and how we'll go about it. So I went on to keep the link the framework. That's a Google form. ehoniaobed.com/skill prio. So prio is like priority, but just prio. So skill prio. So yep, great. I'll put it in the chat. https://ehoniaobed.com/skill prio. Yep. So please again. It takes about 10 minutes. There are a couple of questions that you need to think through very well to answer. But then the good news is that we've written some JavaScript code behind the scene that enables us to quickly send you an email. And remember, this is in development. So for now, this is what I personally use, and I need to test it to know how robust it is, or if there are any feedback that should be incorporated into it to make it like something standard for anybody at all who is trying to prioritize things to learn. Okay. So yeah, Try it out and give me your response. But the nice part is I want to see that you get the email and confirm that that really works. And I was amazed because it was the first time I was experiencing something like that, and I was like, wow, this is powerful. Being a software engineer, being a programmer is really, really powerful. So as you can see, this is what I got, for instance, when I tested it. And the email I got here says, hello, thank you for assessing the skill data analytics. So based on the answers I provided for the criteria, my total weighted score was 33.09%. This skill falls into the quadrant spare time. Is a nice to have and urgent. So I should do this in my spare time. So that is what it's telling me, that this skill is urgent, is a nice to have skill, but you should do that in your spare time. And yeah, like for me, that is what it is right now. It is it's something I should be doing in my spare time, and I'm happy that it's able to predict that for me. So let me see. Any of you who is able to go ahead and submit it, I mean, fill it out and submit it and get the email, should let me know. But then, hey, thank you all. That is why I didn't sleep early yesterday, and I'm feeling sleepy right now. But then, it is what it is. We do hard things, don't we? Yep. So we're going to go for our first focus session. That is, if no one has a question right now, we are good to go for our first focus session. And when we come back, maybe I would listen to any of you who was able to get it done, like fill out the form, and if they got the email and what they think about it, get your feedback on that. Yep. So bring up the timer. Time to start. What? I hope you're ready. So, by the way, what are we learning today? I think that's one thing I should always ask. What exactly are you learning today? What are you learning today? And very soon I'll be marking register. I still have not seen some people. Ooh. Hi, Ritimi. Welcome. Yes. So, prepping for shell projects. Hey, okay. Learning CM today. What's CM? My brain is not offering any answers. What is CM? Customer management. I'm still struggling to come up with options for CM. What's CM? Um, okay. Oh, so okay, I got the management part. I forgot that yesterday you told me you were starting DevOps. Okay. That's cool. Configuration management. Yeah. Are you okay? I don't know what you're going to be starting with. Is it Puppet, or you're going to just start with Bash? I don't even remember. Anyway, all the best. I think those are topics that I would like to revise. one of these times. So, guys, please drop in the chat what you're learning today. And oh, okay, wait, puppets. Father, I don't think I remember anything about how to write a puppet manifest. I don't think I remember that. But the good thing is you can always go back to the docs and leverage them to do what you want to do. But I think I need a refresher in DevOps as well. So please come back and teach me sometime. Yep. All the best, everyone, as we go for our first focus session. 60 minutes of focus learning. Please focus, get rid of all the sources of distractions, and let's widen the gap between the men and the boys. So, for those of you who are not aware, the mantra that we have adopted, Marolila hasn't been here for like 2 days now, but the mantra that we have adopted here is that knowledge separates the boys from the men. So every single day we come on live like this to study, we are trying to increase the gap between the boys and the men. You understand, right? I believe you understand. So please and please again, help us. Help us stretch the gap between the boys and the men. All the best as you study, and less, yes, knowledge and skill is what separates the boys from the men. So we'll continue our discussion in 60 minutes time. If you have any questions during the focus session, please drop it in the chat, and during the next break we would respond to it. All the best, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Can any of you hear me? Oh, sorry. I was in a meeting and we just finished. Oh, hello. Okay. Hi, Satan. How are you doing? NK Zone came in later. Uh, okay, Joseph is here. Patrick, yeah, so back to what we're working on. I don't, oh my God, this life. I realized when I went to check the form, I realized that there were, I don't know how, but then something definitely isn't right about it. This thing is not automatically populating, and I still do not understand why it is not automatically populating. So there are some issues, but at least I know that the emails are going through, right? The emails are going through, but I think there are some issues with the calculations. Okay. Is there any of you here who has filled that form? Let me pick it up and discuss it with you. Um, is there anyone here like that who has filled out a form? Hinok, are you here? I think. Let me see. Alright. Kobe. Kobe, I think yesterday we didn't see you. Oh. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, so we did. I said I developed a framework for checking whether a skill, I mean, the trying to prioritize a skill to learn, and whether that skill is a skill that you need to learn right now or in the future, or something that you should learn in your spare time. So let's see. um I gave out a form for those who are interested to fill the form. Marilila, where have you been? Said you and Tracy. Yesterday I was going to tag the two of you in the WhatsApp group and say you are at it again. The two of you vanished and you haven't shown up. And yesterday Tracy came to bail you because she showed up yesterday. That's why I didn't tag the two of you. Welcome. How have you been? So as I was saying, uh, I worked on a framework like that for you to be able to assess whether a skill that you want to learn is really something you should learn urgently, or it is one of those skills that you should delay and learn later in your life or something like that. So, yeah, I realized this, I mean, when I was going through it, based on the submissions that had come, that there was a miss. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know if my code is shifting some things around or not. But I realized that some things had moved around. So let me see. Okay, so Osaitin, I'm sharing the link. Just go ahead and try it. It's called Skill Prio. That is prioritizing skills. So Skill Prio framework. And that's just something I'm testing. Personally, I use that to decide whether a skill is a skill that I should learn right now. I mean, there are a lot of things I want to learn in this life, but I have to find a way to know whether this is really important or not. So I came up with that framework to help me decide. And I want to be able to test it and see if it's applicable to every other person, and maybe make it public for people to use when they want to assess whether, or maybe you have a stack of skills and you're able to use the tool to assess it and know which of these should you start learning right now, which of these should you delay a bit on, which of these should you just do in your spare time, and which of these should you push to the future to learn. So something like that. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Congratulations, Marlila. That's fine. I mean, hey, it's all good. Hmm. Sorry. Yeah. So that is good to hear. It's good news. Keep working hard. That's what is most important. Yeah. So, Osiritin, let me just quickly wait for you to fill out the form, and let me see what happens, because I'm detecting some unusual behavior. Mm, I wish those who have filled it out were already here. I would have shared something with you. Yeah. Why does this thing keep jumping? So I think there's something wrong. My script is probably updating this wrongly. Yeah, I have to go and figure out what the update the script is doing. So I think when after submitting it, part of the script where I used to update the spreadsheets is moving things around, it's shifting things. So we get some challenges with it. Anyway, it was cool having to be able to write the code to make that thing work. So what we're going to do is I'm going to still look into it maybe this weekend and update the code to make it work. So maybe when we come back next week, it is one of the things that we'll look at, see if there are any changes to it. But eventually, what I want to be able to have is like right now, it just allows you to don't worry, I'll talk about it again. It just allows you to fill one skill, submit one skill, and check it. But eventually, I want to have something where you have multiple skills. Like for instance, I want to learn data analytics. I want to learn machine learning. I want to learn some software engineering tech stacks, like new ones. I pop all of those things in there, then figure out which of these things is the most relevant for me to learn right now. And that will help me make the decision. So eventually, that's what I want to be able to do. But for now, it's just one at a time. Then you access it and it tells you whether this is a very important skill that you need to start learning or not. Yeah, so Marilila, you're welcome. What I was saying was earlier on, I introduced the community to a tool I worked on last night. In fact, it stemmed out from our discussion yesterday. Yesterday, we had a discussion on whether time is really available to us or time is not on our side, as they say. And I talked extensively about how to prioritize things and my framework for prioritizing things. So during the evening reflection that I had, I decided to build out that framework that I use to prioritize skills. Since I am a software engineer and I can think about things and make them come into existence, the the advantage of being a software engineer. So yeah, I went on to try, but then if I'm supposed to go code everything, it's going to take forever. So I decided to leverage tools that are already existing to see how fast I can get the tool up and running for testing. Then maybe with time I can write the code for all of that. So I leveraged Google Forms, Google Sheets, and Google App Scripts, where I wrote some JavaScript code to implement. So this is it. Yesterday we talked about this. Eventually, I personally said that time is finite, and it's good for you to realize that no matter what you do, no matter who you are, what you have or do not have, like your time is finite. There is so much that you can do within 24 hours. You don't have more than 24 hours. You only have 24 hours, right? So the best thing is for you to start prioritizing some of the things that you need to do. And earlier on, I didn't know much of this, so I just did everything. And if you read this thing here, it gives you some insight. So for those of you who are not aware, this is my personal blog, and as I mentioned earlier on the stream, for this week, I think was it Sunday? I think Sunday when I was doing my reflection, I decided that I'll be writing every day. So I made a commitment to write, do a reflection every day and write up something and publish on my blog. But this is not the kind of blogs that you know me for. So ideally, when I started writing, this is the type of content I started creating, like as an individual. way back. These are the types of, if I open my Evernote right now, you see that I have a lot of these sort of content that I write, which is like um motivational sort of, but then it's usually a reflection of my own day. Like today, everything that we are doing right now, something stands out. I would reflect on these things and I'll write something that is motivational for me and for everyone who reads it. So you see from here, this is when I made the commitment and I started writing. I think the time doesn't correspond because this thing thinks I'm still in Ghana, so it's speaking my Ghana time. Therefore, when I'm writing in the evening, it usually calculates it as the next day because it's like the next day in Ghana, sort of. But then I've written quite a few of them for the past couple of days, and you find out if you've been on the stream, you see that some of these things, like this, it was something we talked about during the stream. So in here, the time is finite post. That is when I introduced the framework that I talked about yesterday, which is this framework right here that I use to prioritize skills to learn. So divide the skills into must have skills and nice to have, then whether it's urgent or not urgent. And puts, so depending on where they fall, it's either something you have to start learning now or spare time, learn it in your spare time, or schedule it for the future, or delay for later. So the delay for later is that it's not something that you want to really even look at for now. Yeah, and I go ahead to explain these things here. But then, to when you have a skill, say I want to learn machine learning, I'll ask you certain questions, and your response to those questions will let me know where on this quadrant it should be put. So I decided that okay, let's convert this into a tool where anybody at all can use it on their own to also assess where the skill they want to learn will fall, so that they are able to prioritize their skills. And that's how come I ended up building this tool, which as you can see now, let me go to submit another. Yeah, so you come here and at least I've provided some information here on what to expect and all of that. But then essentially it's just going to ask you a couple of questions. Then behind the scene, I'll be doing some sort of calculations to ascertain the priority score for your skill that you have chosen. Then, because this is just Google Forms, the data is being sent here. It's being sent to, sorry, I'm not supposed to be showing those who have submitted their details publicly. So, hi, Mayowa, welcome. So, the data is captured in the spreadsheet, and inside the spreadsheet, you would find that I've done all those calculations. So there's dynamic calculations, conditional calculations, checking. I mean, spreadsheet is very nice, especially if you know programming, writing if statements, switch case statement. I, the, I like yesterday. I was just enjoying the life of being a software engineer and understanding all of these things. Even if you didn't understand them from, like, you don't know them from before, you start seeing them and you know, oh yeah, like this is familiar. I mean, I understand how this thing works. Like yesterday was the first time I realized that in Google Sheets I could write a switch case statement in Google Sheets. Like, okay, okay, this is nice. I mean, I'm enjoying it. So I did those conditional calculations so that as soon as somebody submits it, it will automatically calculate all of that and give us the priority score, and also estimate based on the priority score, tell us which part of the quadrant the person is. But then another problem was, how does this user who has just filled the form get to know their score and where that score falls? So that's when I learned about the Google app script, which I use to write the code. So you can see that in here I have some code in here, and it's able to check and send you the email. So you see, for those of you who have received the email, you see that the title of the email, the subject of the email is this, and the content reads, "Hello, thank you for accessing this skill." And it's boldings this. And for now, I know you know HTML. In fact, today we are supposed to practice some HTML and CSS. So I know you know HTML, at least. You know strong means to bolding something. And this is JavaScript that I've written. In fact, I'm not supposed to be using var, but I'm using it anyway. Yeah. So just wrote this to automatically send the email as soon as you fill the form. To be able to do that, they have what they call triggers. So you'd realize that I've set a trigger here on form submit trigger, so that as soon as you submit it, it's going to trigger the function that I have in here. And I have a function called on form submit. So if this form is called, what should you do? First of all, you should get the sheet from that's the spreadsheet that I'm referring to. You should get that, and also get the last row, because you need to send the email to the last person who just filled the form. So get the last row, and if the last row exists, then we should go ahead and get the values in there. So I want to know the gather the email of the person. I think here I was updating. So this function here, this part, I was trying to update. Oh, I'm guessing this is where, because I brought this in later, I think this is where the problem will be coming from. It's probably mistakenly updating something it's not supposed to be updating, or overriding something, and I have to come back to it. But then it goes on after updating the script. So this code here is supposed to go into the sheet and go and make some updates to the sheet itself. After that, I want to fire the send email function, or call the send email function. And this is the send email function. So this is where it's able to generate the email and send it. And this made me so excited. Like you can't believe it, but I was so excited that I just couldn't sleep. I needed to finish it and see that I was working. And I sent myself a couple of emails. So this is an example where it says, in fact, this was sent 1 hour ago. That's no, so that should be 2 hours by now. It's saying 1 hour ago, but that's 10:26. That's exactly 2 hours ago. So that's when we started the stream. When I did this, I said UI UX design, and he's saying that this is a nice to have skill, and it is urgent. So it is not a must have skill, it's just a nice to have skill, and it's urgent for me. So if I want, I should do this in my spare time. Okay, so that's what it means. And the code to be able to generate this is coming from here. And this is what makes me so excited. Like, so excited today. That even though I've not slept enough, I feel so happy and accomplished, because I found a problem and I wanted to solve it. And then because I am able to write code, I am able to solve this problem. Yeah, anyway, so that is what happened. So you can go ahead and submit it. Okay, I've seen someone has submitted. Let me see. I'm pretty sure the script is currently updating something it's not supposed to be updating. So I would look into it and fix it tomorrow. Hopefully. Because this weekend I need rest and I have plenty assignments to finish up this weekend. So not too sure I get all that time. But hey, The other thing I was going to talk about is we're going to go for another. Unfortunately, I mean, I hope you are all studying, but I was on the other meeting for a while, so I couldn't jump in here earlier. But one of the things we discussed, I think last 2 days was it yesterday or last 2 days? Yesterday was to practice some HTML CSS here based on the design that my UI UX designer has sent. So before we end the stream, I'll try my best to for us to start something and for you to contribute. I think that's the essence. I may like I've forgotten a lot of the CSS. I'm sure. I mean, when I start writing code, that's when I'll be able to tell whether I remember them or I don't remember them. But then it is also an avenue for you all to learn something. So we're going for the next 60 minutes focus session. Then afterwards, we'll start working on that. I hope you're excited as I am excited about these things. Mayo, how are you doing? All right. So let's go for next 60 minutes studying. Then we'll come back to write some code. All the best, everyone, as you study. And catch you for code writing, live coding in 60 minutes. Hello, 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 hello. How is it going? How is it going? Mm, all right. Hi, Samos. How are you? Okay. So, as I said, let me get rid of this. We're going to have a good time writing some code. It's been a while. It's been a while since I wrote HTML, CSS, but we're going to try it today. Okay, great. Great to know that you are good somehow. All right, so let me share my screen. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Classes. Oh yeah, started like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Uh, ooh, share my screen. Screen. Okay, cool. So I believe you can see my screen now. Let's go to. Will I find it on Figma or I need to check my mail? Ooh, wait. Okay, let me check Figma first. I should probably find it on Figma. Tahaha. Say about web dev now. Anyway, so at least today we're about to do some small HTML CSS. Ah, so okay. So this is what we're going to try coding today. Let me bring up the prototype. So this is design that was created by my UI UX designer. Ooh, why is my screen bigger than usual? What is happening? Yep. I want to believe so, but I probably would have to ask him first because that is his portfolio. He shared it with me, but I'll have to ask him first to know whether I'm allowed to share the design or not. But I think for the assets that I'm going to export from it, that I can give you access to that. Okay, so we're going to try and code this. And as I said, frankly, it's been a long time since I wrote HTML, CSS code. So I am counting on you all to help us write this code. And I don't know where everyone else ran to when I needed them most. Let's do this. Ooh, let's see. No, we are doing it just right here, right now, right here, right now. So I'll open a folder. Let me see. Go to programming. Which what is dummy? Okay. Let me find. Let me just call it. Oh, I thought I had clones folder. Anyway, so then what's the name he gave this? Learn I Learn IQ. So let's call it as such. Learn IQ. Learn IQ. Alright. Yes, I trust it. And I think I'll do this. Puts the code on one side and the design on another side. Do this. Is there a way to hide this thing? Oh, is there not a way to hide this? And this. Ooh, why is that so? I'm wondering why I cannot hide these two. Ooh, it's quite unfortunate. Okay, so let me try my best to get the relevant assets that we need. So we need a logo. Let me get this together with that as the logo. Export as PNG. Oh, did they export to? I thought it was going to export it together. Nope. So this is not what I want. Okay, yeah. Ooh, so export this. That's the first thing. We can export this as well, just to make our lives easier. I'll go ahead and export this. Oh, someone says, how are we going to be following? Oh, it says coming with all of that. Anyway, okay. No, so for now, I mean, it's just me trying to code a thing out and you supporting me with your comments and asking questions if you have any, or pointing me in the right direction when I am going astray. Um, so what else? The logos. I want to believe he has these here. Okay, cool. So we can export this. No way. Okay. Oh my. Ooh. Yeah, I got it. Let's see if we have this. Okay. So this is me trying to export the assets from Figma so that we can have the images to use in our HTML. I want to believe that in the ideal situation, the UI UX designer would get you all of these so that you just go to work with it. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. So we've gotten the logos. Is there any other thing? The images. Okay. So let me try exporting these images. And So there are 6 of them. Hurry up! If I knew, I would have asked him to just export everything for me before now. Okay, I think these 2 images as well. Okay, and this image. All right, now for now, let me just use only one of it. We can always come back for it. The avatar. Oh no. Ooh, I really don't know. Nope. Okay, anyway, so let's gather the assets that we have exported so far into one directory. Gather together as one. Programming, I called it clones learn. Okay, let's create a new directory in here and call it images and put this in here. Then we have to name it, so call this logo. Ooh. Let me see what else we have. This Pepsi. So I'll be calling the dark ones B, then the light ones A. So this is Toyota A. Toyota A. This is Toyota B. Toyota B. Ooh. What is in here? Ooh, Shioniji. Interesting. Shioniji. I hope I got the spelling anyway. Whatever it is called. Okay. Then hi Maiwa. Shion. Oh, Noji. So not Niji. Noji. Shionoji B. Okay. Micro focus A. So we'll call this micro focus A. Micro focus B. Micro focus B. Ooh. Okay, hero image. So hero image. Then image boss. Okay, so say course 1. Shoniji A. I thought I have done this already. Shonoji A. Okay. Hey, what is happening? Shono GB. Yeah, I think I've done this already. Pepsi A. Pepsi A. Then okay, hero image. This. So let's call these ones courses. So course 2, and this will be course 3. This will be course 4. This right here will be course 5. Then I think this will be the last one, course 6. Course 6. Large image box was there. Oh, okay, that's at the far bottom. So bottom IMG big, then I think this will be bottom IMG small, bottom IMG small. Okay, so I think we have our images now. Oh, I should have even done it this way all this while. Walmart, I haven't done Walmart A and Walmart B. Okay. What is here? The avatar. Okay. So let's cut this to here. Say user. Something like that. Then we can delete these ones. All right. So now we have our images. We are going to get started with something. So one of the cool things you'd always want to do is to have your layout design into sections so that you can focus on individual sections to work on them directly. So as you can see, this is like a whole session, the hero session from this part, or this is what you can do. You can take the header as a session, this as another session, but then I can see that both the nav bar and this hero area are all having the same background, so I would want to put them in the same thing. I hope that makes sense. Let me see if I have what I'm looking for to do. Go, 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 go. Let's see. Right on screen. Right on screen. Chrome extension to right on screen. Let me see if I can get one. Okay, let me add this and let's let's go back to where I am and see what we have. Okay, so the other things that we may want to pay attention to is the color coding. I think he probably has, yeah. So would have to get his colors. Ooh, where did he list them? There's a color palettes, but then you need to get their. It would be cool if we get their hex code, but I think he usually adds them. Oh no, I wish we just had a list of them that will go with. Okay, so that means the background of this, that is the color. Anyway, we can do this. We can do this. So as I was explaining, let me bring up this thing and try illustrating it. So what I was saying was this part, which is the navigation, and this part, which is, oh, I've even gone below it, but then just illustrating the, okay, so eraser, where are you? Okay, cool. So these two parts can be considered as different elements, right? Like different divisions. But I can see that both of them all are within this particular, go back here, are within this particular range. Sorry for the, so in writing my HTML for it, oh my, in writing my HTML, oh. So I didn't know that it will go off as soon as I took that away. They should do something that can remain a bit. So as I'm showing this and this, interesting. Yep, but then they are all within this particular one. So in creating my HTML, I would call the bigger one a section, and within this section I'll have two articles. Okay, I mean, just trying to use the semantic. This thing is very difficult to write with. Oh my god. Just trying to use the semantic HTML tags. Otherwise, you could use div for every one of them. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is that we can see that there is a bigger container with this kind of background. Then we have these two items in it. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to start with the section. Then we'll create an article to handle or hold the nav bar. Then we'll come and create another article to hold the, what is it called, the hero area. Unfortunately, I cannot do this. I cannot use my mouse again whilst this thing is activated. That's strange. Okay, I think, yeah, so this works. Good. But once you move it, it doesn't move with it. Sad story. So anyway, after that has been done, what is going on is when you come in here, or maybe I should just start with the code. Let's go and look into our VS Code. VS Code. So all we have here is this. Let's create index.html and start our live server. Ooh, yep. So as you can see on the screen, we have nothing here on it. And to start off writing code, I would want to write the boilerplate code for HTML, which is like the basic code that you write for every HTML, right? Doc type and HTML tag, head tag, title tag. Those are what you refer to as the boilerplate code. In VS Code, we have an extension called emmet, and if it is present, all you need to do is to use the exclamation mark and hit enter, and it generates it for you. So as simple as that, I have generated my boilerplate code, which is nothing too fancy, right? So the platform is called Learn IQ, and let's save this and go back to our screen. Because we are using the live server, you see that here it's live server is running on port 5500. So in VS Code you have, yeah, I'm sure it was an extension that I installed. I don't know if nowadays it comes with it, but live server. So this particular one is what I'm using, live server. So because I have it, I can click on it to go live. Like right now, when I click on it, it has cancelled this. So I no longer have access to that. But the good thing about it is, for as long as the server is live, I do not need to go and refresh the page for the changes that I make or the updates that I make to take place. So I just click on go live and automatically updates here for me. Okay, so now you can see that the title here has changed. That means we are up onto something that's within the title. And we're going to start writing some code. Let's see, what do we go on with. To begin with, I said we'll start off with a section. Okay, so let's say we are going to start our hero section, just leaving a comment to show that that's where we are starting. Then okay, let's go section, and inside a section I said we're going to have two articles. So let's create those ones. Two articles. The first article is the navbar. So let me create a comment in here and say navbar, whilst the second article is the hero image. Still nothing to show here because these are just structures that we are building. You know, when you are building the house and you are creating foundation and all of those ones, yeah, that's what we are doing right now. But let's put some content in there. So let's now focus on just the navbar. Go back to the design and look at our navbar. When we take a look at the navbar, oh, so you could actually save this. Interesting. Oh, so it has taken a screenshot of it. Is that? Hey, yeah, I'm confused. Okay. So you took a screenshot of it and opened it in the browser. Oh, I see. That's cool. Anyway, let me go back to the design itself, and let's clear this and start afresh. So now we are looking at this, and you can see that there are three things. We have one, the logo at the, let me zoom into it. I hope you can see the logo at the far end. But even before that, you can see that there is some sort of distance between the logo, the content here, and the same distance is out here as well. So at the far left and at the far right, we have the same distance. I hope you can see that. So you need to pay attention to it. And also there is the same distance between this logo and the word courses, as well as this and this other button here. So you have to pay attention to that. But what I am trying to illustrate right now is that, okay, I think I have my pen to do this. There is some space here, equal spacing to this end as well. Okay, then there is equal spacing here and here as well. So you need to start paying attention to all of that. But more importantly, there are three things for us to consider in the nav bar. There are three divisions for us to consider in the nav bar. So we can go ahead and create those three divisions. This will be for the first one will be for the logo, the second one will be for this nav, the third one will be for these buttons. So let's go on and create those. We say Dave, I've not done this thing in, yeah, so Emmet is really smart and pretty cool when you know how to use it, but it's been a while since I use it. So let's still use comments to show what we're doing. This place will be our logo, and the next one, this place will be our nav links. Then finally we have our login, sign up buttons, right? Okay, so we are getting the divisions right, but the other thing we have probably not considered is the fact that they are all the space over there, and we may have to consider that. But more importantly, I can see that that space runs throughout the app, except for, it looks like this place, it didn't really match up this place. Okay, so let's focus on doing it for this section. At least we know that within this section that space is there. Okay, so we're going to do some bit of CSS, but let me just go ahead and put some things in here. Since we know this is going to be our logo, we can go ahead and use an image tag. Then we want to look into, so let's look into this current directory that we are in. There is an images directory or folder. Let's go into that and look for our logo, which is logo.png. Sorry. Oh, logo.png. Okay. And now let's go back to this. And you can see that our logo is showing up here. A logo is showing up here, but I mean, just go ahead and fill out your odds. The size is not what we are looking for, but that isn't a problem for now. Let's look at what else. The nav bar, we have these links. So we are going to create those links, and these are unordered links, right? So we can do UL in here, LI, and the ideal thing is to have an A because it's going to be a link, right? What were the courses? Become an instructor in pricing. So courses, and I'll duplicate this and that. Say become an instructor, then pricing. Okay, we are making progress. So now we have our links here. The last bit was the buttons. So we're going to have two buttons, login and join is free. We're going to have two buttons down here. So we'll go ahead and create our button, login, and the next one is join. It's free. I hope that's how you read it. Yeah. Okay. So, yep, we have it here, but then it's not looking any close to what we have here. So, how do we get it like that? And that is where CSS comes in. So we now have the building blocks for this navbar with the power of HTML. It just gives us the building blocks, but CSS will allow us to make them appear the way we want them to appear. Very nice. How exactly we want them to appear. So let's go back and add a CSS styles.css here. And we want to import or use a script in here. So to do that, to use the link tag and with reference to styles.css. Okay, cool. One thing that I would like to do, maybe this is a simple small project, so it may not be necessary, but if you are building a big project, it makes sense to use CSS variables. And it's been a very long time. I don't even remember. I think it's supposed to start with roots, but then hey, I don't need to crack my brain right now. Just find out using CSS variables. Let's see. MDN. Let's check out MDN. Yep. So this is what I was looking for. Okay. So we can start that and create our CSS variables. And the variables usually begin with hyphen hyphen. So for instance, we can say that our main background color should be then let's go and grab the color from here from the design. Please, if you have any questions, just ask me. At least that's the essence of this. And also, please, I don't know why everybody is quiet. Give me some moral support so that I can continue. Otherwise, I'll feel that I'm the only one here and I should just stop. Right? So give me moral support. And let me also know what you suggest. I think this will be the color. I hope so. Is that really it? Or he did a blend of colors? I think because this is the body itself, I don't know if he has this color somewhere. Okay, let me double click on this and see. Hex code. That's a hex code. Let me see. Does this? All right. So let's try it and see. So now we have this as our. Jordan says some of us are naive to the programming language. Oh, I see. To HTML as well. That's interesting. Okay, that's cool. Then I have to try my best to explain a lot more. Yeah, but it's good you get to see some of these things so that the moment you start learning them, they become easier. Has this thing changed? So the best way to know whether anything is taking effect or not is to give the color red. that's that's the easiest way. Give it red and you know. So it's not working here. Oh, we haven't used it. So the other thing to use, so this is just a variable, but then to use it, we can create the roots and say, no, sorry, body. We can target the body and say that the background for the body, background color should be, if I say red, that would be, yeah, then that is working. So now let's revert this, and to use the variable that we are going to create here, we'll just have to call var, then put this thing in it, the name of the variable in it, and that should take place. So now you can see that the background has changed. I hope you can see that. So let me intentionally create a red background here for you to see what I'm talking about. Say this is BG red, and give it a color red. So as I was saying, the reason why I'm creating this is me creating variables. Okay, let me put it here. Create variables for the commonly used either colors. It could be anything, not just colors, but for now let me just say colors. So we are doing a big project. It could be that this same background color or any other color, I'm going to be using it a lot of times in the same app that I'm designing. Okay, so in order to avoid repetition, because I can't remember all of this every time, and in fact, even if you can remember it right now, if I have written say 1,000 lines of code and all of them I use this color, assuming I want to change it, I have to go and make sure that I change every one of them. Okay, but then when I use variables, I'll just come here to make the changes. And if you know variables in any other programming language, it's a similar concept that we have here where we are using CSS variables. So now if I go ahead and change this to red, because I've created a variable here called red. No, this shouldn't be there. Yeah, so because I have created a variable here called this, we are able to use it here and it changes the color, but that is not what we want. We want to revert to this color, and yeah, that is what we have here. The next thing we want is to create, I want to create a class called container, and that class will be responsible for ensuring that our content is within that space and has equal height. So when you watch here, as I said, there were equal distances, right? Equal distances from here to here and from here to here. So I want to create a container that's a class that will ensure that when I pass it, it has that. And how am I going to do that? This container is, let me see how I'm going to do that. Let me think one cool way to do it is to give it a width of say 80% or 80 viewports width. So in CSS we have a lot of units. If I say 80 viewports width, it means that the screen that you see, I want you to cover the width of the screen that you have. I want you to cover just 80% of it. So that's 80 viewports width. Like divide this whole width into 100 and just take up 80 of it, I think. So yeah, I think to the best of my knowledge, I think that is what it is. So the other thing I would want to do is to now give it some margin at the side. So margin is like the space that you leave on the sides. So it could margin, we could have left margin, right margin, top margin, bottom margin. Could have those ones as well. So let's go ahead and give it some margin and say for the top we want, let me say 2 rem, and followed by 2 rem followed by 4. So let me do top and right 2 rem, then another 2 rem for, okay, so maybe I should just stick to 2 rem and let's see how it appears. I don't think it's working here. So sometimes the I hope the easiest way to know is to give it a very big value and see if it is working or not. So it is not working, or when you are not too sure, oh, come on. Why on earth was I expecting it to work? I haven't even called this in the HTML code. So in section, I'll call a class. That is how to use a CSS class in here. I'll call a class container here. Okay, so this same name, that is the class name, is what I have here. Classes are identified in CSS with a dot. So if you have a dot, it means that that is a CSS class. And when you want to use it in your HTML, you say class is equal to, then you pass that. So this is what I have here. And now at least we can expect that something is going to happen. And as you can see, there is some space here and there is now space here. Let me get rid of this for you to see what I'm talking about. I'm getting rid of this. Before I save it, pay attention. There is space here. Let me bring out this thing and show you that indeed there is some space there. Yep. So you can see that there is space here and here, right? And we have some space at the top here as well. So this is 2rem. That's what I gave it. And this is also 2rem. But what it means is that at the bottom here too, there will be that 2rem for this container that I've created, the section that I've created, and the other side as well. But let me go ahead now. I've disabled this. I'm come to save it and see what happens. You see that this is originally what it looked like. It didn't have that. In fact, when you want to start, usually your body, you have to reset, because sometimes the browser itself provides, okay, Patrick, good to know that you are following. The browser itself provides some default padding. Okay, so usually when you want to start, because now even though I have no space there, I can find that there's still some space here and there's some slight space here. Do you get the point? Right now, I haven't applied the spacing that I am talking about. The margin that I gave it, I'm yet to apply it here. But then when you look closely at it, you'll find that when you look closely at it, there is still some small space here, right? And there is some small space here. So the browser itself is able to add some sort of padding to the content most times. It depends on the browser you are using and how much padding it is adding. So when you are writing your code, you want to take full control over that by first of all setting your padding to 0 in the body. Then set your margin to 0 as well in the body. In fact, there are a couple of other things that you should be able to reset in the body. And now you see that those spaces have been closed up. And that is just because I have now overridden what the browser provided. If I go back to it, you see there is space, but if I put in this code to say that my margin and padding should be 0 for my body, then I override that. And that's a good thing to start with, because if you don't do that, you realize that somebody will open your app on a different browser and the behavior is very different from what you expect. So you set all of those ones, like you reset all of those ones, so that you begin from an empty slate all the time in every browser. That means that now it's only the CSS code that you have written that works exactly how you want it to work. I think sometimes there is a delay, because the time that Patrick is saying pass class to HTML file, I think when he realized that the changes wasn't taking place, and that was why a while ago. Okay, let's go. So now the other thing that I would want to override most of the time is test decoration. So I usually want to set my test decoration to none. And the other things that maybe for now, let's not bother ourselves about it. Just note that there are certain things that you need to reset when you are starting to write your CSS code. So reset these properties every time, at least take note of that. Okay, then now we have the spacing as we wanted it. Let me close this. We have the spacing as we wanted it. How then do we get this? Is bigger than 100, that's why. Okay, cool. So this is when it is 100. But then how then do we get this to lie in? You see, now it's sitting on top of the other. We have created in our code, they are sitting on top of the other. The logo is here, then this is here, this is here. So they follow one another like that. And that's exactly what is here. But with CSS, we should be able to stretch them the way they are stretched here. Let the logo be here, let this be here, and the buttons also at the far right. How are you going to be able to do that with code? So we go back to our CSS code, and or maybe even right in here. But okay, so we're going to do something. We know that everything we are working with right now is within the same article tag or element. I hope you can appreciate that. Everything on your screen right now that you can see, all of these things, they are within the article tags or article elements. So one way that we can control the display, there are several other ways that we can display them like that, but one way that we can control the display is to use flex. Okay, so we can use flex to change the display of this. So let me create a class in here called so ideally I would create this class and call it hero session. So there's a class called hero session here. Hero underscore session. Then here I'll call this hero underscore session dash navbar. Okay, I think there is a naming convention or notation called the BEM. I hope I have not forgotten. BEM CSS naming convention. Yeah. So usually I try to stick to it, even though not rigidly, but I try to stick to it so that it becomes easy for me to follow things. So yeah, if you are interested in it, I mean, you can look at it when you have the time. It's been a while since I reviewed it, but that's why you see me using this underscore. So I call this hero session, and there is a navbar within the hero session. So I'll call that hero session hyphen navbar. Then that means I can come here when I go to the next one. Say this was okay, main area or something. So I would say class hero session main, something like this. Okay, so when I go to style my CSS, it becomes easy. The first class that I'm targeting right now is hero session, and maybe I write something in it. But for me now, I don't have anything for a hero session. But then I have something for the navbar, hero session navbar. So the hero session navbar is what we are looking at right now. This one. It is this article, and that's everything that's on our screen right now. That is where it is coming from. So what do? We go ahead and change the display. Currently, By default, this is being displayed in what we refer to as block display. So by block display, everything is displayed on top of the other. It's just like when you are laying your blocks for building. Like those of you who have seen somebody build a house before, even if you've not seen them build a house before, I mean, you know how the structure of a house is. It's just adding blocks on top of the other. So that is how the block display is. If you want a different display where they lie side by side, commonly we call it an inline display. Okay, so we have block display and inline display. But then a CSS property that allows us to do that is the display property. And we have various other displays. What we're going to be working with is what we call flexbox. So if you don't know about it, I mean, you could always check that out. You just go to Google. Google is your very good friend, and search for flexbox. So yeah, that thing that came, the flexbox froggy. It's a game that I like to use to revise my flexbox skills anytime I want. So if you ever forget flexbox and you're trying to remember anything, please come and play this game. By the time you complete level 24, you'd have recorded everything you know about it. So yeah, let's keep going. Where are we? Okay, cool. So we're going to write our display here. We say display, and let's see. So you see that it's giving us some options here: block, flexbox, all of these. Grid is also another, inline and inline block. So let's try the inline and see if it changes anything. And so these are, because they are all in div elements, I think that's why by default they are block elements, but then we can use flex to change their display, and I'll explain why. So let's do this, and you see that now they've changed to lie horizontally. If I comment this flex out and save it, they go back to what they were. That tells you that it is a flex that is keeping them on the horizontal part. So with flex, we can actually position things in either we want them horizontally or vertically. That's possible. Joseph, sorry then, welcome. Anyway, you can always replay this, but I'm trying my best to. I'm going very slow right now, and I don't even think I'll be able to finish because I'm very hungry. But yeah, so maybe along the lines I said the last time, maybe on Fridays when we are about closing, we can try polishing up. And for those of you who already know some of these things, you can try polishing up. And for those of you who do not know, you learn one or two things. Okay, so back to this. Flex has what we call directions. So it's either it's going to take us to this what is it called, horizontally or vertically. Okay, flex actually has two main dimensions, if I should call it right. Let me pull up this thing again. I'm just going to point this out so that those of you who want to understand flex will have some sort of idea. So you saw that initially the thing was going down here, and as soon as we use flex, it's gone this way. When you are dealing with flex, you need to understand the axis you are working on. Okay, so it has two main axes. It has the main axis and the cross axis. So right now, by default, what we are working on, the main axis is the horizontal one. So the one that is going this direction is the main axis. Then the cross axis is the one that is crossing this. Okay, so I mean, those of you who learned what was this called, line graph or something? No, Forgotten those things. Oh, Emmet. I think it's called EMET. Emmet. Why is this thing not right? So this is to answer Patrick. Okay, Patrick. I think it's called Emmet. Let's Google Emmet in. I don't know. I don't remember installing it this time around. Yeah, it's called Emmet, and it's very. I mean, if you learn how to use it, it's very cool. I don't remember installing it this time around. So I'm guessing nowadays it comes by default with it. I don't know. Let's search for Emmet. Is, did I use double E or one E? That I don't even. Okay, double M. Yeah, I think it comes. It comes with default. It comes with it because I don't remember adding it. Hi, Michael. Welcome. Yeah, but it's called Emmet. So if it is not installed on yours, then you may want to install it. Okay. Yeah. Great. Joseph, thanks for confirming that. So I think now it comes as a default extension in VS Code. All right. So as I was explaining, let's go back to the code. You pay attention to the axis. This is the cross axis and this is the main axis. So anytime that you give the direction, okay, like if you don't specify the direction, it goes with the default main axis, which is horizontally. It goes horizontally. I think it. Joseph says if it's not working, you can install it. I think there is a configuration you would have to do for Emmet to work if it is not working on yours. I've forgotten the exact configuration, but I remember there is a configuration you have to do. Then this is vertically. That's the cross one. Okay. So that is if the flex direction, please pay attention. By default, the flex direction is what we call row. The direction is either row, column, or you have row, inverse. Is it inverse or reverse? Hey, it's been a while since I wrote column. I think it's reverse rather. We'll confirm, don't worry. Confirm that. So these are the directions in which flex can go. Okay, the common directions in which flex can go. If you choose row, by default, this is the main axis horizontally. If you choose column, the default is now vertical. Let me clean this once more, clear this, and start all over again. You remember that I said there are what? Main axis and cross axis. I hope you remember that. Main axis and cross axis. If your main axis is this, then that means your cross axis is this. So if MA is this, then CA will be this. But you can also decide to make this your main axis. If this is your main axis, then this will be what? Your CA. I hope it makes sense. So it depends on you. You can have your main axis. Maybe my main focus is going vertically, so that becomes my main axis. Then this can be my cross axis, as same as here. This is my main axis. The opposite, which is the one that is perpendicular to it, is my cross axis. So if you choose that your flex direction, please pay attention. What is your direction? If I say my direction is row, if my direction is row, all it means is that my main axis is this way. That's the row. If you know from tables or spreadsheets, you'll understand this. Oh, okay, great. Patrick says he checked and it's working for him. Great. Okay, so if you have a table, These things that are going down, oh, why am I messing up like that? These things that are going down, pardon me, I don't know, is the column, right? The ones that are going down is the column, and the ones that are going this direction are the rows. So as soon as you say your direction is row, it means that your main axis is horizontal. If you say your direction is, if you say your direction is column, then your main axis is what? Vertical. So just keep that in mind. If you say direction is row, main axis is horizontal. If direction is column, main axis is vertical. It simply means that, just as in this table I have shown here, when you are talking about rows, this is the direction in which you go. So that's your main axis. If you are talking about columns, you go down this direction. Okay, so that becomes your, what is it called? That becomes your main axis. And for as long as you are able to identify your main axis, the cross of it, what's the one that is crossing it, becomes your cross axis. So this is, if this is my main axis, then my cross axis will be this. This will be the CA. And for this one, if this is my main axis, then my cross axis will be this. I hope it makes sense. That's where it confuses a lot of people, but it's very simple. Michael says, so direction is the keyword and determinant of main axis, which could either be row or column. Yes, I think that's exactly what you said. So in what direction is your flex? If you are flexing in row, then you know that your main axis is your horizontal direction, like the one that is going horizontally. Okay. And in the same thing, you could have the row reverse. I have to confirm whether it's reverse or inverse, but I think it's reverse. And you could also have column reverse. And all that it means is that the pointer, instead of now going down, will be going up for the column reverse. Okay, like you've changed the actual direction in which it is going, you've reversed it. So instead of going down, it's the same position, but it's now going up. I hope that makes sense. Please let it make sense before we continue. Okay, I hope it makes sense. You understand that, and we can continue. This is the part that is tricky about flex, and for me, it took me a while to get it. But as I showed you, I've played this game like 3 different times or more, and anytime I forget flex, I come here to play it. It's been a while since I wrote some, so if I have forgotten anything, I'll just go and take a refresher by playing that game. Okay, I hope we are all good. The interesting part is that anytime you declare display flex and you haven't explicitly stated the flex direction, the default flex direction is horizontal. So by default, I mean rows, sorry. By default, the flex is always directed in the direction of rows. So that means by default, this is your main axis. So that is why now in our case, we have it going this direction, because we have not stated the flex direction. And if you have not stated the flex direction, then it's taking the rows, which means that the main axis is horizontal. Okay, so now let's go back and change this to see. Let's say our flex direction. Please, you would first of all have to make an element flex. You have to display its flex before you can use flex direction. So once I have said this should display flex, now I can say flex direction and assign flex direction to column. And let's see, so it is reverse as I saw. And you see that now, because I set it to column, the main axis is changed. It's now down here. Because I now said flex direction is column, See, it is aligning in this direction. If I change this to row, you see that this is row. I hope you get it. This is when we are doing flex direction row. So by default, it uses row, and this is your main axis. So it's always going in the direction of your main axis. If I go on to change this and say column here, if I say column here, then you find that it's now coming down, because this is by default. No, this is we explicitly saying we want it to be column, and for that matter our main axis is in this direction. I hope you don't get confused about it. So you should just know which direction you are working with. If it is column, then that direction where column goes is your main axis. Okay, and the cross one is okay. Anyway, so let's go back to our code. So since we know that by default it uses row, anytime that we want to use row, we don't have to state it, because you know that by default it uses it. So it doesn't make sense for me to now come and say flex direction row, because obviously that is what it is using. All right. The other thing is that we can tell flex to space this thing anyhow we want. Oh, I didn't demonstrate the, let me see, say row reverse, and see what it did with the row reverse. So it's in the row, but if you pay attention, ideally the logo was the first item here. So logo was, let me go back and do the row for you to see. Logo was here. I hope you can see. Logo was here as 1. Then the links was 2. Then the buttons was 3. So this was logo, this was links, and this was buttons, right? And if I come here and I make this row reverse, see what happens. Now we have this, that, and that. But remember, it's starting to count from the reverse. So from the far end over there, it is counting. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So anytime you are doing this, these are things that you can handle with CSS, where to place what. Okay, that is one of the things that we can do. But now the next thing we are interested in, so let me go back. We need our row back, and I need to clear this. The next important thing is the spacing between these. We need to put these contents, every one of this, let's place their content in a particular order. So there is a flex property called justify contents. So how do you want to justify these contents? Okay, we know this is along our main axis. How, for justify content, you are justifying content along our main axis. How do you want to do it? Do you want to put all of them? So by now you see that every one of them is packed to the starting part. So we have the value called flex start. This is the default value. That is why when we use flex, it is pushing all the content to where the starting part. Okay, if I changed, when we changed it to row reverse, you realize that it pushed it to that part, because that's where the flex is starting from. Okay, so there are other things, there are other values that we can go with, and you saw that from the design, these ones had all been equally spaced out. So there is a value called space between, like that will give you equal spaces. So anyway, just go to, VS Code will help you. So say justify content, and it gives you the following. So we see Flex starts is the default. We have center, we have end, all of these ones. But down here we have space between. So there's a slight difference between space around and space between. And I'll show you that. But for now, let's just choose space between. If I knew you guys didn't know, I mean, we could have said we are coming to do a CSS class. But then, hey, it's fine. When we are doing it practically like this, it's good. Except that you may think that because you don't have a previous background, it will be very difficult. But I believe that if you watch this, you get the exposure, and the moment you begin to learn it will be way easier. So see what just happened. It has pushed these things. I think we need to close this and probably refresh it. No. So something is happening where we have so much space here, but then less space here. We need to figure out what is happening. Okay. So I think I can tell why here instead of this. Let me do top and bottom is 2 rem, and left and right, let me make it auto. Yeah. So that solves the problem. And some of these things with practice, you get to realize what a problem is at any point in time so that you can easily go and fix it. Okay. So we've used, I'm sure we are just going to do the navbar and we will end, and we'll continue some other time because the time is going. It's almost 3 p.m. here and I'm very hungry right now. I haven't eaten the whole day, coupled with the fact that I slept at close to 4 a.m. Okay, anyway, let's get this done. So now, I hope you saw what happened. I think what I was trying to illustrate was the space between. Before I brought the space between, they were packed up like this. Then I brought space between and it pushed them to the side. But the thing about the difference between space between is that, no, let me bring this thing up and show you. So earlier on, I mentioned there is what we call space between, which is what we have used right now. And there is space around. This is like simple English. Space between is focused on putting the same amount of space between these two, like between the various flex items. So the moment you display an let me show you something in the HTML code. In the HTML code, pay attention, we have this article element. That's what we are on. That's where we are applying the flex to. So I'm saying that every element in here, every item, which we have 3 of them, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Please pay attention to that. We have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, these individual items which are inside this particular article, because we have displayed this article as display flex, now you call these as flex items. So the direct children of this element, the direct children are these ones. They are now flex children, flex items. And therefore, that is, we can move those ones around. So this is one flex item, this is another, and this is also another, not the individual members. Okay, it's high level. The div is the first child that we are talking about. Okay, so this is an immediate child. If you start looking at the image itself, the image is more like a grandchild. Okay, so in HTML there is some form of hierarchy that must be obeyed, and I hope no one is getting confused here. Okay, let's go back and let me try explaining it. So now the flex items, when we say space between, what it is interested in is just get me enough space between all the flex items. So we have 3 items. This is item 1, item 2, item 3, and you can see that we have equal space between them. If we change it to space around, we are saying that we want equal spacing around all the items. So you see that it will leave some space before item 1 and item 2, item 3, and item, and make sure that they are all equal space. The difference is that for space around, it considers even the space before the item, because you said around it. So it's going to give you equal spacing around these items. But when we say between, then it's just the ones between. So if I go ahead and update my CSS and now say around and save this, you can see now that, maybe I clear this and show you. Now it has pushed this some distance away. There is space in between this as well. There is some space here. And there is space here as well. Does that make sense? So this is space around. So it tries to find space, equal space around each of them and push them like that. But in our case, we want to be able to control what distance away from the margin it takes, or from the side, the width, the boundary or edge of the screen it takes. So we don't want this, we want space between. Okay. And I said by default, if we have not done anything, it's going to be flex start. So let me show you by changing this to flex start. Flex start. And you see that it's the same thing. So that's the default. But then let's change it to flex end. And now you see that it has pushed everything to the far end. So unlike, what we had with row reverse, this is a bit different. This is me telling you how do the contents, the items that you have in this flex container, how do I push them around. So this is what it looks like. You have a container that you are referring to as flex container, okay? But in this HTML code that we have written, our flex container is actually the article. Article is our flex container. Then inside the flex container, we have flex items. So we have 3 items like this. So by default, they are stacked on each other like this. And this is the item 1. This is item 2. This is item 3. By default, they are like this. And I say, okay, I want to display flex. So this pushes this here and this other one here as well. They now align. So we have item 1, item 2, item 3. Then we'll have our article container, which is our flex container, around it like that. But by default as well, if we are talking about justifying the contents, it's like, how do you want me to align these items in the container? That's what you are talking about. So when you use the property justify content, you are looking at how do I align these items inside this container along the main axis. Please remember, justify content always pushes things along the main axis, because we have some that will do it but not along the main axis. So justify content is to push things along the main axis. Okay, cool. So let's go with space between. Good. We have space between, but if you pay attention to this very well, you realize that let me try rolling a line, straight line in between them, and realize that they are not straight. Like this one is pushed to the top this is in the middle here, and this is around here. But when you look at the design that the UI UX design guy did, you would realize that his design, everything is straight. See the line in there, they are all straight, perfectly aligned. So how do we get this here? And that is where we would now look at another one. Say it is another property called align items. When I'm teaching, man, I mean, this is the only measure for me to know whether I know my stuff or not. It's been a while since I wrote this. I wrote CSS code, but if I can remember some of these things like that and explain it to you, then it means I understand it. Thank God. Joseph says, look, please, what are the difference between space around, margin, and padding? Okay, so with margin and padding, you need to learn about the CSS boss, how they call it, boss something, to appreciate the difference between margin and padding. CSS box, let me see, CSS box model. Yeah, so you need to appreciate the box model to know exactly what the difference is. But let me, yeah, this one, let me pull this one up to show you. Yeah, the box model, exactly. So the margin is the whatever item you are talking about. Okay, there is definitely whatever item you are talking about. So say this is the item I'm talking about, it has some sort of boundary with some other edge, like something else. So let me use the articles that we're creating. Say we have, oh, what is it? We have, this is article, and inside this article we have some divs in there, right? That's per the structure that we've written. And there is another article also containing some divs in it, and there is another article. So this is representing HTML code that we've written, article, and these are divs, right? When you talk about margin, it is a space between two separate articles, like two different items. Okay, so this is the margin between them, so the top margin. Sometimes too, it has to do with the actual outer screen. So assuming this was the edge of a computer or mobile screen, so the margin is looking at the outside, the space between this and this, the space between this and that, space between this and this. That is the margin. Okay, if you start talking about the padding is internal spacing that it creates within, between itself and any item within it. So if it creates some space between this and this, you call that padding, and this, you call it padding between. So inside, if you are applying padding to this article, that is what you'll be doing. If let's say you are increasing the padding, it means that the space that you are creating is space between itself and any other element that is within it. Okay, so you can think of it in this way, that padding is within whilst margin is without. Margin is outside, right? So yeah, I think that will make sense. Padding is spacing within an item itself, within, spacing within, whilst margin is spacing outside. So the space it shares with an outside element you call that margin, but the space it shares, or space between itself and anything within it, will be margin. I hope that makes sense. And all of these things is when you are practicing with them that you'd really appreciate it. So yeah, when you start writing the code and you now start seeing, oh, okay, this is what is happening. Especially when you have some stacks on it, then that's when you would realize what is really happening. Then for the space around and the space between, it's just for flex items. So that one, we are talking specifically about a flex item. If it is not flexed, we won't have it. If I have flexed an item, that is now it is contained within a flex container, those are things that I can use to reposition them or choose where I want them to be. Okay, so if I say space between, means that pick all the flex items within this particular flex container and make sure that they all have equal spaces around them. So that's what we did over there. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so the last bit that I want to do is past 3 already here. I think we need to be running up. The last bit I want to do is to make sure that everything is aligned, and I introduced a new one called align items, a new property of flex called align items. Okay, good. I'm glad that it is clear for you. Align items, please, do you remember that when we're talking about justify content, I kept saying that it allows us to put items or position items on the main axis. Align items is the perpendicular version of it. It allows you to position items on the cross axis. And remember, if the flex row that we are using right now, which is the default, has this as its main axis, then the cross axis will be coming this direction. So if I want to put this item, all of them on the center, then that means I can use align items and I say center. Does that make sense? Please don't get confused. So we know that right now what we have displayed here, we've displayed it horizontally. And for us to align things along the horizontal axis, we use justify content because that's our main axis. We are using justify content on the main axis right now because that is we are using justify content on this direction right now because it is our main axis. We are using road direction right now. But if we want to position something vertically with this, then we have to use align items because vertical direction is now our cross axis. And remember, when I say vertical direction, I'm not referring to just this bar that I'm drawing. It's this whole direction, everything from top to bottom. So from top to bottom, if I want to position anything, this is how I'm going to position it. So I can decide that for all of these items, I want to position them at the top. They should all be positioned at the top. And because now I am doing flex direction row, I have to use the align items to get a cross axis. So all you need to remember is that always we use justify content for the main axis and we use align items for the cross axis. Then now when you start talking about the direction, you ask yourself, is it row or is it column that we are looking at? If it is row, in what direction is my main axis? It goes horizontally. That means that for rows, I am going to use justify content to align items horizontally. And I'll use align items here to rather align items vertically for rows. The opposite will hold for columns, because if I have a column, if I flex items in the column direction, then what it means is that my main axis is the vertical direction. That means I'm going to use justify content to align items vertically on columns, whilst I use align items to align items horizontally on columns. It is something that confuses a lot of people. But please and please again, there are two main things that you need here, right? Two main things, and I'm going to talk about that, and we'll probably be ending. Remember, there is something we call flex direction. And for now, let's just say that there are two main flex directions. It's either you are a row or you are what? A column. Okay? Row means that they go vertically. You agree with that, right? And I meant column means vertically and row means horizontally. And I want to believe that you all agree. Okay, so if that is the case, you now know this. It's either we are going row or column. Remember that you can have row reverse and column reverse, but now we are sticking with just row and column so that you don't get confused. Anytime that you take any of this direction that you are talking about, row means horizontal. That means that is your main axis. Remember, it's the main. That is its direction. So that's the main axis. And the one that cross it will be the cross axis. So for column, the main axis for column is the one that goes vertically. So this is all you need to remember. For rows are what? Horizontal. So if your flex direction is row, then that means that your main axis is horizontal. If your flex direction is column, it means your main axis is vertical, and the opposite holds true. So if I already know that my flex direction is row, and that means my main axis is horizontal, it simply means that my cross axis is vertical. So this is all that you need to keep in your mind. Flex direction can be row or column. Rows are horizontally inclined. That means that my main axis in rows are horizontal. Columns are vertically inclined. That means that my main axis in columns are what? Vertical. That's all. And the opposite holds true. That's all you need to remember. And now I've told you that anytime that you want to justify things along the main axis, you use justify content. So for the main axis, always use justify content. So if I want to position things along the main axis, I use justify content. What this means is that if I am using flex row direction, using justify content will allow me to position things horizontally. But if I am using column as my flex direction, then using justify content will rather allow me position things vertically. The opposite is true. So this is all that you need to know, that flex direction is either it is row or it is column. If it is column, it is vertical, and therefore my main axis is vertically. That means that if I use justify content, it will align the items vertically. The opposite is true. That means if I want the cross for this, cross will be for me to use align items instead. And since my cross axis here is horizontal, that means in column I can use the cross axis to the align items to align things horizontally. But the moment you begin to keep all of them in your head, maybe you get confused. So you can start off by just keeping these ones in your head. Row means horizontal, which is our main axis, and therefore we use justify content to align things horizontally. Column means vertical, which is our main axis for column. That means I'll use justify content in here to align things vertically. And I hope it makes sense. I know very well. The reason why I'm stretching this, even though I didn't come here to come and teach them, the reason why I'm stretching this is when I was learning it, it was really some way, especially the resource that you are using. If they don't explain things well, you get confused. Yeah, so that is why I'm saying all of this. So now let's go back to our code. In order to do that, you have now understood that we can use justify content for, because we are using row, this is for, sorry, this is for horizontal alignment, and we've done that. We've now horizontally aligned our things, space between. Okay, but the next one for us to do is to do align items, and the same things that we had there, we can do that. So if I say flex start, let's choose flex start and see how it goes. Because of the margin at the top here, let me put this to 0 for now and show you that. You see, now you see that everything has been pushed to the top. Okay, everything has been pushed to the top because I am aligning this thing, the horizontal align, the vertical alignment for this one, vertical alignment for this is saying that they should align at the start of it. If I change the horizontal one to align start, flex start, you see that it pushes it to the horizontal direction. I hope this makes sense. Makes sense. It should make sense. Okay, so now I want to put this in the middle rather. To put it in the middle, all I need to do is to say center here. Center. And as you can now see, this has been well centered. Everything is directly in the middle. My line is not straight, but you see that they've all been correctly positioned. And that is what we were looking for. Except that we may have to probably reduce the size of this, and also we have to work on this to split it out instead of sitting on top of the other. So that means you have to start thinking, if they are now sitting on top of the other, then we should be able to use what the flex display to now display them horizontally, right? I hope you are feeling it the way I'm feeling it. So let's try one interesting bit just to show you what it will look like if this was to be set to flex direction column. Flex direction column. So the same code, now flex direction column means that our justify content will rather go for the, let me grab this here, and I hope you understand. Maybe I should push this code so that you all can get access to it and practice. Why did you? Oh, sorry. This thing decided not to go down with the others. Anyway, I think I know what to do. I'll just grab it. Yeah. So I'll just cut this out. But this is me changing everything. Just by saying my flex direction has changed. Let's see on our screen what we have. Flex direction is now column. Oh, see why we still have row here. Flex direction is now column. See what we are having. Everything is now in the middle. Why? Why is this? This means that, let's try to explain. We have here justify content. Justify content is justifying the content vertically, right? So it's just space between. Is it space between? I don't know why it's not taking up the whole screen. So ideally I would have expected it to take up the whole screen, but maybe we've not set height to it. So let me come here and set the height for the body and say height is, it wouldn't make sense in because usually you want your height to be more than 100. Oh, it's even not working. Let me put red. No, okay. Anyway, this wouldn't be the problem unless if I put it in this particular, so we can, just so we get to see what is happening, can get here and add background color to the section itself. Then variable, let's pick the red so that we know. Yes. So this is because this has been limited to this size. So let me give it a height of 100 viewports height, and you see. Okay, so now we have 100 viewport height, but why is it not justifying space between? Let me, oh no, flex end. Let me confirm that everything is working. No, so something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. What is wrong? What is? Because with what I'm doing right now, I'm expecting that when I say, so let me get rid of this and see. Flex end. Why is this thing not working? Oh, still not working. Anyway, that was to prove a point, but then let's go back. I don't know why it's not working. I have to figure it out. I'm probably doing something that I haven't paid attention to, which I'm not supposed to do. Anyway, okay, so let's go back to what we have. And yeah, go back to what we had so that we finish it up quickly. Now, the most important thing for us now is to just get this whole thing aligned up the way we want it, then we can go. Margin is 0, yes, but then that wasn't the problem. I was trying to get them to, the justify wasn't working for the vertical ones. Anyway, I'll figure that out. Those things do happen sometimes. Maybe there is something even in the HTML that I haven't paid attention to. All right. So the next thing that we want to do is pick up these ones. I think I don't like, usually when you make lists and they come with this kind of bullet points, I don't like it. So you'd want to override it in the body and say, how do you call it? List style. Set list style to none. And hey, what is happening? List style to, is it? Oh my god. What is happening? List style to none. Yeah. So why is it not working? Is everything okay? Anyway, so the other thing I can do is target it. I don't know why some of the things are not working the way I want it, but then if what, okay, so in order to apply list style for it to work, I think we'd have to target the link, it's the list itself. So we have to come here and target this, right? So in here we can call this, give it a class name. So I'll give each of them a class name. This would be hero session logo. Then this would be hero session links. Then this will be hero session buttons. Okay, so we're going to grab this one here and work on it. The first that we want to do, the first thing we want to do, get rid of these links. I mean the list style. So we can target the URL and say that list style should be none. And I hope this time around it works. Yep, great. So there's something called CSS specificity. So it depends on the level at which you are trying to rate something. If something is overriding it, you are trying to update something at the top, but there is another CSS down there that is overriding it. Forget it. You try everything. So very important to know, and usually the closest one, hold the closest node and make the changes from there. Okay, now we've been able to remove that. We want to spread this across, and since it is sitting on top of the other, if we want to spread it like that, we can use flex and display it in the direction, the horizontal direction. So we can go ahead and say display this as flex, right? And yep, yep. So we have gotten it that direction now, but then the problem is that they are all together. We need some spacing between them, and you may have guessed right. Once we are here, we can use justify content to do some things like space between. Let's check space between and see what it takes us. Oh, it's not working. Sad. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? That is really sad. Okay, so we have to understand this. Okay, so the link, oh my goodness, nope. All right, the easiest way to go about this when you are working with what is it called, links, is to use what we call gaps. So you pass a gap, and the space that you determine will be the gap between them. So I'm giving it 2 rem here, and as you can see, it separates 2 for me. Okay, so I haven't really thought about why that space between will not work. I haven't thought about it actually, but then for now, just for links, I personally prefer to control the spacing between the links. So I'll just say this maybe 4, depending on how wide I want it. Then we want to get rid of this underline that is there, right? So to do that, you use the text decoration. We don't want any decoration. So text decoration, you see, these are some of the examples. The default one is underline for links. We want to set it to none. And okay, so for that too, we have to be specific and get the a itself, the link itself. So we would say hero links ULLI. Then do we have to pass a? Let me check and see. Yep, so that works. Assuming we get rid of this, it's still there. So you need to be very specific by selecting the anchor tag itself and now telling it that, hey link, I don't want you to be underlined. Then you pass that none value to it. So pretty cool. We may have to reduce the size of this, and that we can even do in the HTML, but if you want it to be flexible, you can do it in your CSS. So here you can give width and say 400. Let's see, so big. Let's now say 40, so small, so we can play around it. 100, quite big, so 80. Okay, so you choose what you want, but now we see, oh, I've still turned this thing to 0, so let's put it back to 2 for the container. Yeah, and we kind of have something similar to what is here, right? But then would have to now control the colors and the design for the button, except that right now I'm very tired. I'm very tired, so we'll look at that some other time. Yep. How is it? what do you think? Let me know what you think before I jump off and go. And I hope you are still here. By now my fellow Kenyans are asleep because it's 10:32 at their end. I can imagine. Those from Eastern Africa are already asleep by now. And today is Friday and I kept you all here this long. For those of you who are still on the stream, thank you so much for joining and staying on till this time. I can imagine. Anyway, I have fun doing some of these things. I enjoy it and I look forward to being able to do a lot of them. All right. So, how is it? What do you think? Just give me a couple of feedback and we end the session for today. We've been live for 6 hours 33 minutes. This has been the longest stream ever. Can you hear me? Oh my. Can anyone hear me? I think there is a delay. That's why I don't know whether to end the stream or not to end the stream. Okay. So that's why I said that I think there is a delay somewhere because Joseph is now asking a question which I have gone past long ago. So could it be due to flex properties in the hero section? It could be. I'm I'm guessing. Well, what were you talking about? The last bit that we did, right? I'm guessing that's what you were talking about. The links when we're using the space between. No, so if it is the space between, I don't think that would be the case. I don't think so. But then, hey, just when you are trying some of these things, you play around with them and you figure out what the problem is. Mm-hmm. All right. So, guys, I need to, as I said, the whole day I haven't eaten. I've been awake from around 3 to now. So that's, hey, sorry, I slept around 3. So, I think there is a delay. Uh, Patrick, I want to believe that you mean the designer we have already, right? Or are you referring to the stream itself? Oh, you see now that the comments are coming in, it's funny. All right, I'm glad to hear that you liked it. You're welcome. You're welcome, Joseph. All right. Yeah. Joseph say, "Well, I just learned flex." So I think there is a delay for that matter. Just pardon me, and I'm so exhausted right now. I need to go and get fuel for the body and rest the body. This weekend I have a lot of assignments to do, even this evening. So I have to sit up and get something done, and hopefully we'll meet, God willing, Monday to continue. Next week I'll have class, I'll have lectures next week, so we'll not meet on Friday, but then Monday to Thursday, God willing, we'll be here. Yep. So all the best, everyone. we are all in the group. So if you have any issues, I personally weekends I'm away from my phone, so I'll not be responding to messages like that. But then uh don't I mean, just if you have any concern, any recommendations or anything, you could always drop it in the WhatsApp group, and anytime I'm free I'll look at it. But then I've seen that every a lot of people in there are actively engaging, and yesterday I myself learned something new from the group. So happy to see all of us contribute in there and help one another. Thank you so much and enjoy the weekend. Please get enough sleep, get some food to eat, and get fit for, God willing, Monday when we come up for another session. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the week. I really appreciate you. Yeah, so I understood, Patrick, I understood that you were referring to the design. And as I said, there is a delay. So you may hear me say this later. But then, anyway, thank you so much. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, everyone. Patrick, Joseph, and everyone who was here today. Michael was here earlier. A lot of people that I can't mention the names right now. But thank you all so much. Enjoy your weekend, and I'll catch you next week, God willing. Until then, bye bye.